link is up on Tumblr.
Rip offing their devils.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Of the Devil. I'm here with my good friends Molly, Sophia, and River. How are you two? Three. It's not usually three of you.
Hello. Why'd you say welcome
Hi.
back? This is your first time streaming it.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say.
Well,
Hi,
it's
Emily.
just what I do. It's just my refrain. You know how it is. Thank you
Yeah.
for subscribing,
Well,
Sonia.
it's good to be back streaming.
on the demilypyro stream.
Congrats on the D cup.
Right, yeah. Thanks. I had some difficulties getting the stream started today. My monitor broke, and I had to swap in an old and busted piece of shit real quick. Not for the main monitor. I am having good vision, but my my output monitor I have on the right to check my shit is a bit worse than usual. I already ordered a new one. Yeah, rip monitor Chan. He served me up for like 10 years. It's an old piece of shit I got from my dad. So it was meant to happen eventually. Just kind of conked out. Nothing. And yeah, I had some issues with my eyes the other day. I bought some eye drops. I did my best. Is this the demo episode 1? This will be the prologue today, as I understand it.
The demo.
The demo? Is there a difference?
The
Episode
Demily.
0 is free. It's functionally a prologue and a demo.
Okay, well, if important story happens in it, then I call it a prologue.
Episode 0.
Is there a difference?
I
don't think that's a difference.
All right.
There is
there's
not a
meaningful
difference.
Thank you for subscribing, Complosion. I don't really know anything about this game. I just know it was recommended by a lot of people because I like Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa. I'm looking at the settings. I don't see anything particularly stand out as needing to be changed. Skip
no,
mode,
passively
read
what?
only. What does this mean?
As in, if you hit the skip button, do you skip just the readable text, or do you also skip the investigations and the like?
I don't understand, but okay. Sophia is here as our war room today. She has already played this. The rest of us are going in blind.
I'm very normal about this game, I promise.
I have no idea what this game is about, or what it's like, or anything.
I assume it's a detective game of some sort, with similarities to Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, which I like. We're gonna press this.
I've seen a lot of reblogged art.
Oh, that's the same screen.
I do like that, like it has graphics presets, because you know
Right.
you really got to work that.
Oh.
Really got to work that graphics card out.
Oh. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Is this like a noir thing?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I can dig it.
Definitely getting that vibe.
Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine is gonna die in jail. Morgan! Morgan!
Just give me a sec. Morgan, you're in this game?
Criminal attorney! Is Morgan gonna comment on being Morgan? Guess not. It's hard to get out. It's. I mean, there we go. Am I getting back in character? It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubts left. Because the whole world's lit up, mapped out. Never unknown and always online. They got that DRMing shit. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow. Whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel on the map. And someone's always watching. So that there's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. Can I progress with the spacebar? Yes, I can. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world? Well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Is smoking illegal? Not this much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. Ellipse. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Really big city, I guess. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they've used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Does ACAB include us? No, we are a lawyer. We are not the cops. We do the opposite thing.
Yeah, we're a
we're-
defense attorney. We're a public defense attorney.
we
That's like
hate
the
us.
polar opposite.
We are doing the opposite thing of what the cops do. Thank you. Don't fucking... Of the Devil! Episode 0. Oh, that's a... There you go. And he... and he shall appear. Save tutorials. No. No, I'm new to this. I'm a virgin around here. Can I... That's a mouse thing.
Oh my.
Okay,
Is that what it's called? Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, I would have given content warnings if this was about being a cop.
Not that I don't like a detective thing now and then.
Yeah.
Precinct 245. Ellipse. This is very bright.
Oh my god, I got flashbang.
It's a goddamn ghost town. You gotta think about a hologram for a welcoming party. Ow! I have concussion now. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance
I love
rates be damned.
cigarettes. I implore you to cob my eyes.
Sorry?
I am poor uwu acab my eyes. It sounds like they were in the middle of typing and then got flashbang.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You think they treat it with a bit more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my sweet time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. This game has swears.
Oh my god.
So let's see if I can poke around and shake some change loose.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Stumbled. That's super generous.
Oh,
Stumbled.
whoa, what?
Holy shit! 900 shiny doubloons?
And here I was thinking, oh, an indie game might not get that, might not do very well. Thank you, Samful, for the 900 euro donation. It was, well, that Monitor's paid for, ain't it?
That's enough money to buy this game 90 times over.
That's crazy. Thank you very much. So yeah, definitely a investigation type deal. Let's observe an actual police lineup. Like I walked into a museum. The museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide's more like an attic. Were those poker chips?
Oh.
Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit that testimony as a video recording. Oh yeah, Cyberpunk. We got camera eyes. Is Morgan in the way a little bit?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Very slightly.
Let me
It
move you
also,
down a
your
little bit.
head also might be a little bit in the way when
Let
we
me
start
move myself
reading.
a little bit as well. Let me
Yeah.
give plenty of space for this all-important dialogue. I'm over here now. My tail is gonna be there. It's not gonna go away. How much do you guys know about Phoenix Wright and Danganronpa, like individually?
I know his name's not Phoenix.
Okay. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
literally
no,
is.
It is.
I thought his name's Nick.
No, Nick is a nickname.
That's
I'm
a
Phoenix. Phoenix.
Nickname, do you get it?
Oh, okay. Guess I gotta write that down if I ever name a child Phoenix.
Although, for the record, I am very close to having finished every Ace
I'm a
Attorney game.
bastard for fun and an attorney for profit.
Okay. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Whoa, this is so loud.
It's a bit loud.
A datapad? I'll bite. These are like points I'm collecting? Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way.
Shall I?
Yeah, how about you do this?
Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Please, do keep scrolling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to process what all this means in context.
Careful, that's the close button.
Is it? Where's the... Oh, I just scroll.
Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities.
Oh, corruption.
As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution, and with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute.
They can't walk? Or drive?
Walk to work? Across this big of a city?
No, that's fair actually. They did say 254 precincts, so that's fair.
Minimum.
However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But
Really?
momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so they
The
flood
one
the
council member-
subways, and then they want to...
Oh hell no!
Lend
I
out
knew when the Titan
submarines?
submersible had a baby.
It's funny.
The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices.
Really?
Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we to... It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter.
Jesus Christ. I mean, this is barely satire.
I wonder what that means.
Oh yeah.
Like, it,
Ballsy of them putting the paywall there.
Submarines, taxis.
As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical.
Yeah.
Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on
oh.
the canopy. There will be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. I like that it makes me
Congratulations.
like check whether I understand what I read.
You're
Yeah.
never gonna believe this, but the achievement for passing a reading comprehension check is approximately 2/3 of players.
Woof.
Oh.
Okay. What are these? Reading list. Okay, so I can just check. Yeah, I got my log. All right. Okay.
You can also right-click to close a phone page.
Search terms. Okay, this is lore. Got it. We got a codex.
This is lore.
All right, we don't need to read that right now. Well, no profiles yet. Evidence? No. I want to see what those coins are about.
They're your chips. You gotta spend information to make information.
So that's like literal?
Lock phone? There's an option to lock the phone?
Think of them
Oh, okay,
as
so
your
it's away.
score or your health.
High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalent of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now with crime rates where they are, just like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A lot of stuff to check in, there's just this first room. But I think we just ran out. Alright. The medium's cracked in the corner. That's not the corner, that's the fucking center. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could possibly null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. This is not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get in served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Did I pronounce that right? Yeah. As a reward for any...
Yeah.
Silver's no joke.
Need help? Good luck, fucker.
True. Demily must be getting desperate. Alright. Taking in all the scenery and learn as much as I can here. Then to get checked in. Anyone calling dibs?
I'll
can.
take it.
Please. Thank you. I'm still.
Oh, yeah.
There's gonna be more data pads.
There's gonna be a lot. They booted up fine. So far, so good.
Good morning.
Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Why does it say question marks like I don't know my own fucking name?
Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a
It
moment.
took a second to recognize it. I wouldn't call Intake Hollows charming. More like harmless. That's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth?
So far, so good, was it? Scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card?
Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me?
Oh boy. Why did I even bother asking? My birthday's on my damn ID card. And my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... okay, this is when we start looking into the evidence. I see. I was born December 26th. I'm 175 centimeters. Is that... I forget my height.
Aren't we both 183?
I think I'm 180 something.
I think it's like 5'11 or 5'10.
I don't know. Occupation, criminal offense attorney. Likes puzzles, smoking, and wooden furniture. Interesting. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, and jogging.
Oh, it's 5'7.
Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Coffee, decaf.
Same.
Drink whiskey sour. Okay,
Ugh.
December 26th. Got it. That's fun. December 26th.
Perfect. Good morning, Morgan, counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak with your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C.
Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room?
I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards.
2 updates ago, I said slurs regularly. Don't
I like
sweat
that
it.
update.
I can't keep track of every euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, duly warped across gunmetal. This is a hard sentence. Nothing to
I do
see.
like smoking and drinking whiskey.
You're kind of late on these responses, Morgan.
Stream delay.
Nothing to see but their own reflection, duly warped across. Dully? Dully? What is this word?
Dully.
Dully.
Yeah, like dull.
Thanks, Dolly.
Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully warped across gunmetal walls.
Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else?
Yeah, you single? What are you? Why are there this repair? I think like I know what you are. You're a fucking hologram. I don't need to ask that. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty?
This facility is currently undergoing renovations.
Since when? The 60s? Lol?
It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated.
Oh boy. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they?
I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered.
I'm adaptable. What about you? Never gonna fix that crack?
Hahaha. Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work.
Well, that's what it matters, right? Guess I can ask this. What are you?
I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages.
Jesus Christ, even holograms have a subscription?
Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages?
No, no, thank you. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you.
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right.
Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like.
Automated dependents. Do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor.
Dependence?
Check your glossary.
Ooh, I like that. Soph, if you could.
I try. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as ad or ads, automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics
Morgan,
industry,
HR,
from which point
keeps looking at the camera when she calls out the world/systems around her. That's a neat touch.
Does she?
it began to penetrate. I think so.
You were kind of
Penetrate
responding
into
late, like
everyday
the
speech and pop
hologram just
culture.
then.
Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag.
Ugh.
Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here.
I can't search. I can't search it.
You want to get your account flagged? Is that it?
Yeah.
You can right-click to close.
I'm still confused on what it means.
It's a fancy term for robot
Is
servant.
it just all robots and AIs? Like,
Yeah.
All non-true AI, so to speak.
okay, so what's the
Like-
difference between a robot and like a computer in this world then?
Like ChatGPT would be classified as an automated dependent. One of those Boston Dynamics dogs would be also classified as an automated dependent.
Okay, but those are just
Roomba?
machines.
Automated dependent.
How are
But
those different?
data from Star Trek would be an AI, right?
Yeah, he's intelligent.
Yeah, exactly. That's the difference.
Yeah, okay, but
And
then
therefore he would
why
be
is
illegal.
but then why is this a separate term?
This
like from
is
just like
a
a
quote-unquote
machine.
conventional term.
No,
That
I
is
mean,
to say, yes?
it encompasses all robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. But how is that different from just machines in general, then?
Spoiler alert, but I shouldn't say spoiler alert.
Okay.
Do you mind if I give you...
Well, then don't tell me.
All right. For now, just any kind of robot or hologram is an automated dependent.
All right. Then what were you? What was the last thing she said? Right.
There's a log.
Oh, you do not take breaks. Okay. Then what were you doing before I walked in?
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office.
I see. Through the door to the right, thank you. Ants don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the more humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? Who's got
I've
the
gone
faint
bad or
voice?
something.
Oh. Guess it's you.
I'll take this one. River, would you like to join me with the yellow tagged voice?
The yellow tag voice? Sure. What do you need me to read this?
No, I've got this. I've gone bad or something.
A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall.
Is this me?
Please.
Compared to yours? Probably.
Thank God I stopped for directions. The building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy.
Oh. Appreciate you worrying about me. that low and rough?
God forbid I try to be serious.
But the other voice rings with youthful indignation.
Not like our job is important or anything.
Definitely cops.
Oh.
And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex.
'Cause why else would you bother to print all that out?
One document of 100. Looks the same on the datapad.
Could you speak up a little bit, River?
How's this?
Better.
One document or 100. Looks the same on the datapad.
Better.
Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know him better than the priest or mother there.
Their big brother.
Their big
Oh,
brother?
I'm stupid. That was your line. I need
Gotcha.
I need to pay attention.
I wasn't gonna say that.
So, how many of those sheets were blank then?
No red carpet tonight, officers?
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. Don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway.
I'm not sure which one is yellow text on the right here?
No,
No.
maybe. I don't know. I don't know which
She's
one's
got
which,
a yellow
actually.
outline.
Yellow text is on the left.
Well, then why does this
Oh,
one have
okay.
yellow outline? That's stupid.
They got complimentary outlines. Bingus and
Ah,
bongus.
Come on.
But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer?
I am. Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you.
Same here, counselor. Kasim London.
Hmm.
And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes.
I think it's pronounced Rays.
It is.
Is it Reyes? I thought it was Reyes.
That's definitely Rays.
Alright, Farrah Reyes.
Ball of sunshine.
She certainly is.
Ha!
Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night.
It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette.
Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80?
She can be more than a few years younger than me.
We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight, we're also your humble guides to this illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs.
Farrah Rays. No date of birth. I mean, not a year anyway. Dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Small, like for food?
I resent that.
Likes rice, limes, and automotive
Never mind, I'm fine with
automotive
this person.
history.
Like this girl.
Did
Did
you watching
say
product
you don't
reviews?
vape? Okay, boomer.
Okay. She... Right eye Osiris Elite 86. Got an eye implant under the eye patch, I guess? Bad at
Must
games
be.
of chance. Date of birth. Homicide detective first class. Like photography, dive bars, and bangs? What's a bang?
Hair.
Oh. Okay. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Listens to podcasts. Hobby pencil sketching and frequently running late.
Yeah, we're the same blood type.
You know your blood type?
Yes, I've donated blood. They told me.
Oh, I have no idea what my blood type is.
Probably A positive.
Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. Lean in the morning and the shirt still looks ironed. Was she promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just first to arrive on the scene.
No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes.
Calls plural. Must have been quite the commotion.
Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything?
I'm gonna turn River up a little bit, because even... Ooh, boy.
I'm trying.
Nothing personal. Just need you to be good and audible for the audience. 1 second. Here we go.
He's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation.
Our ongoing investigation.
Not very subtle, is she? Is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity?
Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in the public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. Fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room.
And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed.
I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So I'm just gonna do my fucking job. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer?
What? They cover utilities at the rock you live under?
Utilities? Is there a problem?
You're seriously not familiar with HK. What?
Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. Fucking liar. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks. Their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend.
47.
Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or do not know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender?
What? Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
I don't know. Kind of the heartbreak part. Maybe he breaks hearts.
You must have at least heard about his MO. He's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls.
I was right. Hence the name Heartbreak. Oh, hello. Occupation criminal, likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. No reward for this guy. Okay. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. I need some water.
What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun. Without even needing to reload.
How do you tell something like that? Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it?
Sure, hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
Whole different beast.
Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise.
Yeah, okay. Let's just speculate. I see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that...
No, it is not.
Eh.
There's no such thing as killer robots, madam.
I mean, we are in a Cyberpunk story, so it remains to be seen. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those drones patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky... I guess they're all firing blanks.
Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder.
Right.
Evil like heartbreak is all organic.
That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders.
Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5.
Pardon?
You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed.
Were they covered in blood? So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up?
I was being literal, counselor.
Hmm?
Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood.
That was a joke.
That could mean anything.
That's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling.
Is that lawyer talk for open and shut?
But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders?
All there in Discovery Files. And the ARCs, of course.
Just check that real quick.
Oh boy. Molly, you take this one.
Yeah, Molly, you say something.
Alright. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms.
I love Arc System Works. They make great fighting games.
After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets.
Ah,
These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time.
oh my god, it's corruption on corruption on corruption.
Board members at Lambda denounced the actions and said said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC. But the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed.
So it might be fake, but it might not be. We don't know.
Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need.
You got water, River?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry.
I'll bet.
Here's the Wi-Fi password.
Thanks for that, Detective. I'll be sure to read it over. The password is your birthday. Is that smart?
No, the password's password. No caps.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure your birthday isn't password. If it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while we got you here?
The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives?
Any good attorney? What do you mean? Of course I want to investigate the person who fucking investigated the crime scene. What are you talking about? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant.
Uh-huh.
Come on, sunshine. Now that we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care.
You mean the counseling quarters?
We're at your disposal, counselor.
I like her.
Which one?
You. I like you.
Hey, I knew this.
Morgan.
Gas.
You shouldn't have cleaned up so much for just little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. I don't like the noise it makes when I see something. It's so jarring. Loose wires, missing panel, an entire aircon system that's probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office now look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy with their dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. I like Reyes, she seems fun. Oh.
I really like how this game plays with its textures and colors to highlight and enhance conversations. That's really fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Very Danganronpa. Who wants this?
I got it. The latest Noble androids received warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16, Noble Electronics' stock rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like wounds.
This seems really
And
bad.
While some critics voiced concerns that fridge religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Ashur.
Is this more of a Signalis type deal, or...
Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend.
Yeah.
It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. Remember earlier when you asked about the difference between an ad and an AI? Turing solution.
Gotcha.
Anyways, while his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Ashur himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really...
What?
Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help keep you reading?
Hey fam?
Oh god, it's Tumblr.
I hate whoever wrote that. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... same one we already read. Too fragile, I have to assume. Because they can get cuts and shit.
It's too squishy.
All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these worm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they try to take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Again, really enjoy the reading comprehension check. How do I talk to them?
It's a really cool way of integrating lore.
Can you click on the subway?
Anything else over on the far right side of the screen?
Barren, stark, and uninviting. This would be Ray's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new that she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. No need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. The other thing. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are stated to suit our user preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. See? It's case sensitive.
I fucking knew it.
Oh, that's good.
See?
I like that.
Thank you. It's a fucking tiny URL.
Oh, God.
Alright, if I project from my phone... That's kind of an old-fashioned phone for the Cyberpunk future, isn't it? Ooh. Okay.
It's an ARX.
How you doing, Molly? You haven't had much dialogue yet.
That's okay.
Alright, let's see what the police have and what they... Let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Ah, Jesus. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin in the nails. Oh, like she didn't struggle.
Yeah.
Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they're fired. It must be anyone other than my client, so we know that. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point, and yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. What does the 27 degrees mean? Oh, that's a temperature in here. Okay, I see. The murder weapon. A revolver found next to the body. That's kind of old-timey for the Cyberpunk future. 6 empty cases found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning this gun's been fired 6 times.
Can I eat those casino chips?
No. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. 2 was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. Not uncommon for people in their age, in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry, only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged there. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris? Flag as irrelevant. That's our technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that police got highlighted. But did I miss anything? Sure, there's something I can click. Okay. What the hell was that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell that... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and... Is there a pill that makes your blood explode? maybe she died from bad medicine.
Hmm.
Then why is there a bullet hole in her chest?
Maybe the pill
For sure
also
Sid did
makes
that.
bullet holes in your heart. Triprexazone. Triprexazone. A synthetic glucocorticoid medication. They contain to
Nice, claps all
reduce
around.
rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. Cyber stuff. Cyber implant. The autopsy said her toxicity is clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in this city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. But not much more. What is all the stuff I've been getting? Evidence. Okay, yeah, nice. We got all this shit. That's good. Good to know. Autopsy report. Time of death 9 p.m. Got it. Same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. It looks really bad. This is very much looking like my client did it, but let's assume not. Search terms. IoT.
Hmm.
Molly, how about you take this one? It's been a bit.
Sure. Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems.
Do you have something on in the background, like a fan or something?
Oh, hang on one second.
No problem. Just bit of a bitch for audio quality.
Yeah, I gotcha. That better?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll wait for Emerald. Yay. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications, and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer.
I hate the concept of opportunity cost. Like, we could have
Oh,
made
yeah.
our money here. We should have squeezed you harder. Ugh,
Yeah.
fuck off.
One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic.
Are these cookies?
Oh, that's what's called crumbs.
Yeah, I guess.
Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry. Crumbs are enabled by default.
Of course they are.
Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account.
Sponsored search results is... I mean, it's not even satire, really.
No,
That
it's
is a thing
not.
that we have in the real world.
That is real. But not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person that comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important.
River, you take this, kid.
Currently texting with
Red.
Brat. What couldn't wait until morning?
Good news, of course. Got a job for you.
That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole.
I'm not saying lol.
You can say lol.
Okay, lol. Not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks.
Should I be talking to this kid while on a murder investigation?
This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme.
This is definitely, Brian, like illegal.
I need to sue my gym teacher.
Not that kind of lawyer, sorry.
Yeah, at least let me finish.
What did they do?
Make me run laps.
Not illegal.
Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomachache.
Said.
Gotta be like youth endangerment? Depraved indifference or some kind of shit?
Sounds like you've already got a strong case. For yourself representing this one time.
What's with the blow off?
Nice phrasing.
Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See?
Just kind of cute. Is that your mugshot?
I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction.
I kind of respect that.
I respect that too.
So use that as a sticker. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so.
Anything cool?
Murder. Homicide.
Oh, cringe. No, that's what I want. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK?
Oh, she knows about the heartbreak killer. Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about?
Teens my age. Yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B's is like quaint.
Could I Morgan a little bit more down for these?
Morgan, get off the stool.
Get down there, buddy. Get down there.
Why don't you move Morgan to you? Like put Morgan in front of you.
Because my boobs are there. I like
Yeah,
my
those
boobs.
are
important.
I like my
It's important
boobs.
to cover up.
I also like her boobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is true. I also like her boobs.
You're not going on the table, Morgan. This is gonna get really confusing with the protagonist being called Morgan. It's not heartbreak.
Why should take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction? Blah, 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 blah. Let me read that again.
Drink some water,
you see
man.
the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? Taking up lost cause? Probe nose work?
What's a probe nose? It's pro bono.
That was autocorrect.
You know they give lit homework for a reason, right?
This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker.
Sucker. I'm not a sucker.
Nice phrasing, lol.
You should go to bed, Fran.
Oh, it's Sunday. I can stay up if I want.
Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday.
What's with the carpe diem shit? Carpe diem?
It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours.
Shit.
They got school on Saturdays in this universe? It really is a cyberpunk future.
Yeah, God, awful
Oh,
dystopia.
Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure.
Important text message, I take it.
Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Woof, okay. Wonder what the highlighted one means. Like, is that the most
It
important
means you
one?
unlocked it. You unlocked it by doing investigation elsewhere.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna do them all. So how about the basics? What exactly is my client been charged with?
Arlen, is that your client? Carlos Backer Flat was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m.
You using his middle name already? I bet he do think he's a serial killer.
Charged being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn.
Victim. Diane Dawn was a 27-year-old agriculturist and geneticist researcher for Perigee Laboratories. Found shot through the heart in the bedroom with the apartment she shares with the prime suspect, Carlos Flat. If it's a serial killer, I wouldn't expect them to kill their own fucking wife. That sounds weird. No
Yeah.
connection with previous HK victims. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it doesn't say wife. It just says,
Yeah,
like roommate.
Life
Girlfriend.
partner?
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
First degree? That's,
Increasingly rare.
say the least. What does first degree mean? That's like
Premeditated.
premeditated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder.
Well, Heartbreak's gone away with it 6 times. So what's that make him?
5 times, and that makes him insane.
I was gonna go with extraordinary.
Kinda cool, kinda based.
Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated?
How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up?
That seems presumptive. A warm-up?
5 previous bullets. 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles.
If this guy got away with it 5 times, why would he make it so easy on the 6th? No fucking way.
Nothing.
So this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they had nothing in common,
Yeah, nothing in common at all, other than that they all look like cousins.
look like cousins.
Physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight.
That does fit a serial killer profile, I suppose. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be...
A coincidence?
Yeah.
If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto
Where do
tickets.
these dice keep coming from?
HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance?
A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell at all she is from the portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 other women first? So? Where'd Soph go?
Sophia.
Sophia!
Oh, well,
Oh, no.
Oh! What
She
happened?
died! No!
Oh, no!
God.
Oh,
Oh, she's back. Hey, Sophia.
I?
Alright, my deepest apologies on that.
What happened there?
Somewhere distant.
Broke. It happens sometimes on these headphones.
Oh.
Hey, if the shoe fits,
If the shoe fits?
then you put the shoe on the...
Huh?
What sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to place their violence from people close to them onto...
Are you doing a cowboy accent?
I don't know. It's low and rough. That's what I think of.
Okay.
Outlets with fewer consequences.
Drifters, loners, strangers, workers.
Probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women.
Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore.
It's not the worst theory in the world. It doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there would have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There would have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. What was that?
What was that? Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll
No, we're moving on. We're moving on. I saw the time of day was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have the timeline for the rest of the night's events?
Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources.
And we're pretty confident about that. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements.
So to interview witnesses? Sounds eerily similar to real police work.
The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another,
Hey
starting
boss,
around
I
8
think
p.m.
this
Eye
girl
patch.
got some problemos in her personal life.
Yeah, no shit. There's clearly something fucky. Yeah, I guess... Where did the eye patch go? Like, did she take it off?
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
get
yeah,
off.
she sure did.
Do some readings.
I'm confused on why she covers it most of the time.
Neighbors are very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems.
Everyone in the building knew they'd be fighting for weeks.
As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered.
If there was a struggle, why was there no blood or skin under their nails?
Things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot.
Oh, I see.
So why would...
I think what they're saying is there was a struggle, and then there was like a period of calm, and then she was shot.
It doesn't fit, man.
Yeah.
Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp.
That's lore.
Lore?
Molly?
Refers to the
scrubbing.
process. Yeah, refers to the process
Like a
of,
field.
of scouring all available data posted on the net within a certain time frame and location range for evidence of a crime. An increasingly common technique for police departments, corporate investigators, and occasionally public relations firms. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, either digital or physical, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform, but pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion on the process, and the topic has since faded from political discourse.
Okay, so if the kid around the block steals a Snickers, all your data is immediately up for the police. Great.
Yeah.
Sweet, nice. Very good. I guess we can check this one too. Molly?
Yeah. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles. But it's a lot of words.
Drink some water.
Yeah. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently searched for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile.
I'm not sure I like the
Fascinating.
idea of the police having access to my dead mom's stuff.
I feel like I'm putting together a clearer picture on my end as to what might be going on, but that's just me.
This is our client, I suppose. He's fucking tall, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
He's got 2 civil disturbances, no charges, registered at birth. What does that mean? Like with the,
Natural born citizen?
with the government? Like everyone? I don't understand. Modifications, industrial. Interesting. Non-affiliates pending, psych eval pending.
Is it registered as like a criminal at birth? Is that what that is?
Maybe? I don't know.
Something.
We're gonna
Well,
find out, I'm
profile
sure.
Yeah. Grubbers, but we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time.
Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from that block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming.
Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and then they find your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood.
I mean, that doesn't sound all that incriminating. If your girlfriend died, would you not do something?
Yeah, try to staunch the bleeding.
Yeah, I don't know, something about that. Even then, why would he cover himself in her blood if it was a gunshot? You don't need to be that close.
At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect.
Sorry, do you say his hand singular?
Lines modded. Cybernetic right arm.
I think we all know what that means.
Yeah.
How modded are we talking about here?
Registered with the HOW 85 Habilis. Industrial grade, looks like.
Is that like work equipment?
Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kilopascals, which means a minimum grip strength of... Well, basically, he could crush your neck without even grinding his teeth.
So why use a gun then? That seems unnecessary.
Considering your career change.
No, it's not that. It's just... Your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. I think eye patches are cool.
You think a cop would
Shitty
cover up her
moments.
dominant eye because it was fashionable?
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You what?
But getting back on track. That arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. Can't work without it. Money got tight.
The arguing.
Yeah.
When did he put his arm in for repairs?
8 days before HK's first victim was killed.
Retract my statement. That does fit the time frame. Well, no chance they'd be willing to chalk that up to coincidence.
Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver.
Do we know what the time was between each victim? Like, was it like 1 kill a day, or like, was there a time period between each?
Somewhere in that area.
And no one else's.
A revolver? What kind? What do you... We've seen the revolver. Wait, did I misunderstand?
It's a different kind of revolver.
Different revolver.
Different kind of revolvers
Different
in the room.
revolver. No, it is the same revolver.
No,
Same
I mean
revolver.
like, there's different types of revolvers.
But we
Yeah,
saw
what
it in the
type of
scan.
revolver?
Like, shouldn't
Yeah.
we know already?
I guess she's just pumping for more information.
The old kind. The real old kind.
More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chambered, 10mm.
There's fingerprints matching Carlos Backer Flat's left hand with a 99.91% accuracy and certainty. Left hand? Well, he doesn't have his right hand right now, so that makes sense. Rifling marks match the bullets which pierced the victim. Okay. Rifling marks match the bullets from previous heartbreak killings. So, okay, so it's definitely the same gun. This is not a copycat.
And
No
it
matches-
definitely has his fingerprints.
Yeah. No matches to any other archive forensic data as far back as 2051. We don't know when this is, do we? Oh. Boasts an impressive combination of grip... No, that is a right hand. Boasts an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, and low cost of maintenance. I thought I saw... I thought I immediately spotted a contradiction, but no, that is a right hand.
Uh-huh. Good that you're keeping your eyes out for
Yeah,
that
I'm
sort
just...
of thing.
You know, that's how this works. I mean, we know what a fucking cyberpunk implant is. Come on.
You know what a cyberplant
implant.
implant is.
What? Is anyone in the audience not aware what a cyberpunk implant is? Alright, let's fucking
I
read
get
it.
it, Molly.
Ah,
What?
Oh.
Hmm?
Plus two.
Wait, I don't get it.
Don't worry about it.
Your cyberpunk implant, Emily. The cyberpunk implant that you like to brag about.
I'm lost.
The surgical.
Oh, you mean my epic cyber vagina?
Yeah.
I see. I see.
That's the bitch.
I didn't know we were in the fiction. I see.
Good work, team.
Calver. How retro. Oh boy. Molly?
Ooh.
Alright.
Oh,
A manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought out by Thor Tech, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lock Coon Defense Corporation. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales.
If we make actual real guns that can kill people, people will buy more video game guns, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. Calver, retro.
you don't know the half of it. Talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin,
I did think it was an old-fashioned gun for a Cyberpunk game.
and no tags.
Ah. No tags? How was that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah. 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous.
Yeah, the serials will find off. I see. You're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes.
How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times?
Hmm.
If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check.
That's an assumption.
And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in.
Update withdrawal. So then M54, that's...
Model year 2054.
Okay, this is at least like 2071 from what I could tell. A 30-year-old gun. Okay, 84, I guess. 2084.
Oh, haha, I get it.
Good year.
I don't.
1984.
Oh, that's cute. Hey, Mabel.
Oh.
What's up? We're playing that game you like.
Aw,
I don't know shit about this yet. We're still in the opening, from what I can tell. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In some ways, sure. But pre-tagged firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. And if you're still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far.
Don't you mean the opposite of novelty?
And now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good.
Eh?
Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with.
Could you tell me more about rifling marks? Could you compare them to something?
Oh, they're like
So
a fingerprint of the gun.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Okay, thank you. Rifling marks.
Bullets fired from
Oh
gun,
my God,
from
they're
guns
actually
that are
explaining
marked
it.
by the barrel shape. Yeah, you just asked, Emily.
So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks?
We know that they were all fired by the same gun.
Yeah, of course.
It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you.
It's quite
And
precise.
that's not damning enough. The spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Are rifling marks real?
Yeah.
Like, is that actually something they can use to, like, determine whether is that real?
A lot of forensics is kind of made up bullshit.
Yeah, I know that. So that's why I'm wondering. Okay, so chat is disagreeing with themselves.
Yeah.
Some of them are saying yes, some of them are saying it's bullshit. How does
Like,
process actual
it's about
fingerprints?
as bullshit. It's about as bullshit as fingerprints.
I don't know how bullshit or not bullshit fingerprints are. What are you talking, like 80%?
It's pretty bullshit, actually.
Less than that.
Jesus. Without even needing to reload.
However, your client was found with is the gun the HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved his weapon and shot her?
Yeah, pretty much.
That doesn't sound very premeditated. Like, if he wanted to kill her, why not just do it? Why wait until an argument happened? How did he look when the officers found him?
Guilty.
How was his affect?
Quiet, detached,
Yeah, his girlfriend just died in front of him, I bet.
stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner.
I don't know. I think I'd dissociate if my fucking girlfriend died in front of me. No offense, Molly.
Why would I be offended by that?
I don't know. Maybe you want me to cry or something. That reaction may have lost in points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. As long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Still a lot of options. These are taking, like, a lot. Each of these is taking a bit. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you did a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. Hey there! Looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, the results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. As long as this is relevant to the police, fuck you.
Wait, what if you click here?
I don't think I can actually click there. That's just flavor text. Yeah, no. You did a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story.
Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
Didn't I pretend I hadn't heard of him at all?
Not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with...
We know what he's gotten away with.
Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. What's a clearance rate? Like the crime was solved?
The rate at which an arrest is correct.
I thought clearance was like when the store has a sale.
A word can mean multiple things.
Okay.
But you're gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy?
I don't like that that's alternative politics here. Like, that should be the main politics, thank you. But okay. No, I'm not. People are safer now than in any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point.
Want to take that one again, River?
Good point. I'm not gonna laugh.
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. The pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable.
Yeah, well,
So dramatic.
even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details.
SOP.
Standard operating procedure.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, department stop. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place.
Why is that cursive? And why is that?
Emphasis. Because none of the shootings were copped in on the opt-in crime surveillance system.
I'm surprised that's even opt-in, frankly. Optics. Molly, if you would.
The opt-in crime surveillance system, abbreviated as optics, is hello.
Thank you for Elemental for following. How you doing?
A partnered surveillance system.
A partnership program between the
Oh.
state and private enterprises that allows for the free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Accessible through state employee logins or private partner accounts, Optic's Smart UI allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes.
Wait, so is this available to everyone? Free sharing of surveillance and security data. Is that okay, but like between companies or like everyone?
It looks like everyone.
Wow. Okay.
It says between the state and private enterprises
Oh, it does?
Where does it say that?
in the first paragraph.
Am I stupid?
Oh yeah.
Partnership program between the state and private enterprises. Okay, so no, it's not everyone, it's just the state.
Gotcha. Optics is frequently cited in state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime, and footage from Optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings, where it is considered admissible by default. See People v. Irawan.
Right.
Users also frequently searched for public safety measures in my area, daily security level.
Daily security level is crazy. How is that even possible? I know there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once?
You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did?
I mean, yeah, you're fucking stupid. River?
Sorry, hold on. My mic was muted. I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
Well, 5 failures is not, it's not perfect. That's like a hole in your security.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent.
One would hope so. That chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions.
Like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts. And the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
Where'd the music go? I see.
But those windows of opportunity are small, short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning.
They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? That would be the obvious answer.
HK is only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down.
Okay, insider information for sure.
Even with the devil's own luck. Can't possibly be a coincidence.
What?
Devil mention?
What?
Wait, so you're saying that when his woman was killed?
Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak.
That's definitely a security issue, guys.
And include the area surrounding the victim's apartment.
You want to figure out how he did that, maybe? Is that part of your job, figuring that out? No? Okay. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
That's crazy. No footage and no forensics?
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. Been like hunting a damn ghost. Didn't even have a murder weapon.
What do you mean you didn't have? Did you not have the bullets?
Until now.
Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. They're not wearing blue, actually, but whatever.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, except still being on the scene when police arrive in the 6th killing. Do you guys really believe this shit? Come on.
Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
Right, your little fan theory. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight?
Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
Messaged some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point.
Unlisted?
Unlisted. Nothing came of it.
Like, illegals? What do you mean unlisted?
There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have, to link my clients to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Meanwhile... By the way, I couldn't help to notice that you're light on staff.
It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade?
I slept very well, apparently. I thought there'd at least be a few androids around.
There aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts.
Contracts with Noble?
Good guess.
Hardly. They're the biggest...
Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is.
Thank you, asshole.
Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their
Lottery.
office's shadow.
Yes. Thank you for subscribing, Let Them Encrypted. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. I'm nice.
Saves us money on the shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month.
Even with Noble pushing those warm androids that I learned about in the lore.
Warm. Ugh. Might as well call up the adult line.
Oh, they're those kinds of robots. I see.
Might see them in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices.
That makes sense. That makes sense. If there's, if there's any reason you want a robot to have organic parts, that'll probably be it. Yeah.
Warm or cold. There's no such thing as an android detective. Yet.
Any day now. Guess we should be expecting those any day now. Take about your jobs, assholes.
Maybe android lawyers too.
Shit! Get some android politicians in and we'll have the full set.
Get real. People might like ads who do what they're told. But they despise ads who tell them what to do.
True, actually.
I'm not so sure. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already got all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years. It makes sense to let the machines do the investigating too.
The union would... The police union wouldn't let that happen.
The police have a union?
They do. It's
Huh.
horrible.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, famously, actually.
She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Pfft, of course.
Oh,
of
God.
course.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
That's funny. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction.
The district attorney?
Yes.
Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt,
And why is that?
because we found a handwritten confession at his desk.
And this is coming up now. Why? Seems a bit late.
Nah.
Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession? That's what I said. Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
Fraud and disinfo. I guess it makes sense that in the cyberpunk age there will be an entire department for disinformation.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
Okay, so he touched it. Doesn't mean he wrote it.
There's a copy in discovery data, but I should warn you. Doesn't exactly make for the light reading. Yeah, for light reading.
I have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Molly, I'm thinking?
Yeah, definitely Molly.
Alrighty. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you, or I can't read past the chat. I'm sorry.
Ah,
Do what I did.
Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen.
sick.
Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to.
What does sick mean?
It means that there's a typo and they're preserving that typo.
Oh.
Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to act first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility, and I'll do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me.
This doesn't say anything about I'm gonna shoot my girlfriend with a gun.
Also, P.S. I'm gonna shoot my girlfriend with a gun.
Damn it! Damn it!
Oh,
Almost
no.
had him!
Aw,
Almost had
damn
him!
it.
Damn it! Shit!
So close.
Yeah, I'm thinking this means he killed some people with his arm, but that's not the crime we're here for. That's not what we're doing here. That was difficult to read. Really legible, in fact.
Well, got a spin on that.
No need.
But it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it?
Not yet.
And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky.
Guess I'm good at my job. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. If you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he?
Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders.
Yeah, with the gun you took away from him, what does it matter?
2 hours or so in custody isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well.
It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. I'm actually a master at Kung Fu.
He's killed 6 women.
6 women who didn't know Kung Fu. None of them are redheads, also that.
That's also true.
Seriously though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind.
Mike's on or off is your call, counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside, in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on.
That worried about me? How chivalrous.
Yeah, my armor's practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing. He's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad.
Hmm.
That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days,
I'm surprised it's
I
not.
can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him.
That makes sense. that I can see that one.
Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's...
Being challenged before the Supreme Court.
yeah. Sometime in the next decade, maybe.
Have a look at that real quick.
What is that?
Hey there, due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gillay, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. You are not allowed to know about anything controversial. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Oh, I'm so happy for that.
It's not
I feel perfectly
important.
fine. I feel safe.
Yay, I'm comfortable now.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Mm-hmm. Blood on the left side matches the victim. Cases class are difficult to open. That sounds like something they wouldn't throw in there for no reason. Yeah. Just keep taking stock of what I've got.
Just remember, plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from... well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. It saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life.
2086.
2086. Got it.
Good year.
Not 84. Ooh. I guess.
I thought that's a dude.
Huh. Who should this be?
Absolutely, Molly. She hasn't gotten a character yet.
Is Molly back?
No, Molly's
Hi,
getting...
I'm back.
Hi.
Oh,
You
Molly's
get to
back,
voice the
yay.
suspect.
Yay! Oh boy.
It's depressing as all hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Hi, I have a front shot. Look at my giant boobs.
Well, if you say so.
I'm
I like the
coming
bow tie she's
in.
wearing.
Look at me. I'm wearing a really, like, out of time outfit, really, now I'm getting a look at her. Like, she looks like she's from, like, cowboy time. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you... Look, I already told you people, I didn't...
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. I clicked twice by accident.
Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did.
That doesn't sound like it's allowed. Can they lie about
Yes.
they can do that?
They can do that right now in real life.
They
Yeah.
can pretend that they're your attorney and that
Yeah.
you have
They can't-
attorney-client privilege.
They can't pretend that you're attorney. They can't pretend that they're your attorney. Actually, they probably can. They can straight up lie as much as they like.
They can basically say stuff like, your attorney's coming, you might as well just say what you need to say right now. An important thing is to always be quiet when you're around cops.
Yeah, don't talk to the cops.
Back there, in here. Kept repeating it the whole ride over.
Hmm.
They said that they were going to help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have.
Remember, kids, tell the cops nothing, and paramedics everything.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. You're still in shock. I need more information.
I gotta be right back right now.
How long has it
Sorry.
been since the murder happened? I need to...
Up somewhere in the neighborhood of 5.
I need some info.
It's
here.
like 3 a.m. and it happened at 9.
9
So
p.m.
6 hours.
Yeah. Okay, 6 hours since... Yeah, that is not enough time to calm down from your girlfriend getting killed. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just climb up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. They got all that forensic shit ready in 6 hours? Then again, I guess there wasn't that much to process.
Yeah.
I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already.
Questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So what do you want to know?
Nice boobs. I want to know about you.
Thanks.
Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know about I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in?
I'm with City Engineering. Or I was, or I should be.
As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data you stole from work.
My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And,
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. He's got gold teeth in this shot, that's funny. Ray said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. We already know the arm, though. It's in the evidence.
And it is utilitarian.
Yeah, like we know what it is. Why are we asking about it? Why are we acting like it's not known information?
We are putting in reading comprehension checks to make sure the player is awake.
Alright, okay.
Just take the chips and run.
He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. A whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. This results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test the water.
I'm surprised this is even an optional thing. I would assume in the Cyberpunk future that your job is just like, you have to get this or you're fired.
Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic.
Great.
He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit.
There's a tax credit for bionics? Kinda sick. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here can still make a difference. You work on the canopy? You must be... under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Has information.
Damn straight. And this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow.
I like that. I like that optional. Was that even optional?
I think so, yeah.
Kinda.
Like, it did kind of force me to check everything before I was allowed to move on, but yeah.
All of them convinced that Internal Affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for engineering.
Yeah.
We're just talking to a builder right now. Like, this is just a guy who, like, makes a wall.
And no patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Because it's strong enough to kill people, probably?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues, starting last month.
Interesting.
A lot of sleepless nights.
Right. We have the pill organizer. Reduces discomfort. Mod sensitivity complications.
Oh, it's his pills.
It's his pills.
Oh.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take? Mod therapy. If you could?
Yeah, the process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment.
Medically sterile alloys. The fuck?
Yeah, like how titanium is okay to put in your body because it won't
It
like get
binds to
toxic or
bones,
corroded or anything.
Right, yeah. Okay. Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking.
Huh?
I'm right-handed.
Interesting.
Mm.
So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Oh, wow. Yeah, that would suck.
Okay, that makes sense, actually.
I never thought this go on for so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything.
Okay, if he's right-handed and his right hand
Yep.
is gone, there's no way he'd be able to shoot a gun accurate enough to hit a heart 6 times in a row.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a blatant contradiction.
Beyond a doubt.
I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms.
And he wrote a confession. There's no way he could write a confession with his non-dominant hand and not fuck up his fucking writing.
They did say the confession was barely legible.
Oh, fuck. Right. That is true. Okay, no, he probably did write this. It just isn't about the murders. And again, what is it about? Gotta be a way to ask him.
Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix.
But the problem got bigger.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment, and people could get hurt.
Makes sense.
So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Yep. Where'd you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Hell no! I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Submitted 5 weeks ago at a How partnered prosthetic adjustment clinic. Average wait list duration of 40 business days. That is 20 weeks? That's, yeah, no.
40
Weeks, I think.
business? Yeah, 8
Yeah,
weeks.
20 weeks.
20 weeks.
No, 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
8 weeks. Wait, I'm getting my math
No,
wrong.
8 weeks. Yeah, 8 weeks. 8 weeks. 8 weeks. Yeah.
5 business days are in a week.
I have this shit fucked in my brain.
40 divided by 5.
Right. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets made. I'm not good at math, okay? I'm good with deductive reasoning. I'm not good at math.
I like math.
And that's
I'm
why
bad at
I'm
it, but I like
sitting
it.
here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again.
Yeah, you're so fired, dude. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state.
Not allowed to, huh?
And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up and white knuckle tight.
Indie. How Industries?
Oh, How Industries is the world leader in the research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics for commercial and private use. And we're hiring. We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account.
This is like if Wikipedia allowed ads on articles.
Oh,
Nightmare.
God.
How Industries? As I recall, he's registered one of their Hebelis models.
If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit.
What did he say?
Deep hot shit.
Oh, I was thinking that was a weird way to phrase it. Isn't it normally like...
It was a weird.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
very weird.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah.
it's deep, but it's also very hot. It's controversial.
Student debt, sizable.
I like
Yeah, I bet.
poppies.
I like poppy flowers.
He likes poppies. Luck poor. Dislikes cabs, musicals, and cashews. Likes airports. Who likes airports? What does that mean?
Is he
They're
okay?
peaceful. Like they don't have to do anything. It's
let's-
nice.
I guess. Okay. Yeah, fuck this guy. This guy needs a break. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything.
I mean, we know what phantom pain is, right?
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
play
we all
Metal Gear
play
Solid
Metal Gear.
5.
Still, let's read
Pain
it.
and discomfort that the brain experiences coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, blah blah blah, nervous system, blah blah blah. Brain mistakes this sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb.
Mm-hmm.
Therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the modder scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious.
Fascinating.
Did you mean phantom visions?
Oh.
Phantom visions are caused by faulty installation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina.
Oh.
Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Use is also frequently searched for my mod hurts. Modder itching. Is my arm haunted?
Did you know phantom pain is a thing after bottom surgery?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoa,
yeah, I buy that.
I did not know that actually.
It's pretty interesting experience. Arm shaped attached to
Arm.
me. Nope, sorry. That's I saw it's hard to distinguish between pink and red.
Arm shaped attached to me.
Did it give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something that clinics lend out for cases like this?
What they gave me is a dead weight. 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit.
They jointed. Landfill bait.
Oh, like just 3 joints. He can't even move his fingers.
Oh. How many joints does an arm usually have? Like when you get the
Well,
elbow
there's the wrist,
and
there's the arm,
wrist
and
and
then there's a shoulder.
I mean, he's got his shoulder. It's right there.
Yeah. But there are
Wow.
like subjoints within those joints. Also fingers.
Right. So yeah, it's pretty okay, like a Star Wars droid. It's not really okay.
Hard to distinguish between pink and red? Yosik Danganronpa reference.
Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on.
Oof, I know that.
It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off.
Quick twitch motors, interesting.
It's like walking around with your arm asleep, or dead.
So were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so...
That's a rental.
Ooh.
And if, yeah, that thing that looks like the fingers bend, but interesting,
It's there for aesthetics.
I guess. A bronzier 2081 prosthetic limb, affordable model. Customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick twitch movements. Records show Carlos Flight was provided this model while his habilis was being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it. Currently in police custody.
Can't have gotten too far.
So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for both of us. Now comes the delicate part. It's annoying that goes under you guys every time. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Right. I've known her since college.
Do we know how old he is?
We
More
shared
than
a
college.
shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out in a real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud.
Only a little. If the vibe is right, it's right.
Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
And just finished her post-grad work this year.
Morbid.
Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that?
I mean, I've known a lot of women in tech, so I kinda can.
Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her. Unlike... It was a real ass job. Paid real ass money, too.
So how come that you guys were in financial trouble? What happened? So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours has fallen into the mother of all slumps. Let me take the line again. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No. Peregree Laboratories?
I think it's pronounced Perigee.
Perigee. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
Harco. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. Are there a lot of soybeans and corn in the country? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
In America?
And America
Absolutely. Oh my
loves
God.
corn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Both as feed for livestock like cows and like ethanol, the actual
Corn
like
syrup. Right.
right.
That's in everything.
Exactly.
Mm.
The crops that actually end up on people's plates are a vanishingly small percent.
I see. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons, no one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. That she just as well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned any arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately.
Yeah. All the stuff on your mind, I bet.
But I never got the impression that she... look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
I mean, no one deserves murder, but it was a long shot. Hoping for a disgruntled character in her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
I mean, I know that about you being right-handed now. That surely casts doubt on the 6 gunshots thing.
Oh, great.
Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can. I need some water.
Remember to hydrate.
Now I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important.
All right. Miss...
Morgan,
I'll try, Morgan.
when you're ready.
We were arguing. We've been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money, haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her.
Can't take it your girlfriend's more money than you, huh?
Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money.
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.?
8? And yeah, that must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have.
That only leaves 1 hour between then and the murder. That's not that much time.
And I said one thing I really, really shouldn't have.
Oh, jeez.
I crossed a line, and we both knew it, so I left.
I mean, sometimes that's all you can do. You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off.
I mean, that's not the worst response.
Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you? Or any other electronics?
No. I kind of stormed off. I didn't even take my key... Oh, key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
Oh, he's gonna start blaming himself. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint, or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have been my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is...
She's a bit Phoenix Wright with it, like making these comments in her head and then saying the opposite. I appreciate it.
But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi.
This isn't... This can't...
No parole. No.
Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't.
Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try to convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise.
Yeah.
A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. And I was walking back at first. But at some point I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath.
Yeah, subconsciously you knew it was a gunshot, just not consciously. Oof. Okay.
And when I saw that, the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal.
Hmm.
From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen over, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over.
Hmm.
And she was. I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw.
The gun.
It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because
It's old balls, right?
because I didn't want it to be real.
Okay, that's a better reason. Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up. I didn't touch that thing.
Evidence sure as hell disagrees with you, buddy.
I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Didn't say that. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie. But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. None of this works if he doesn't trust me.
Oh,
Well, I don't know why this is even here.
I mean,
I feel like it's tutorializing that I shouldn't tell him that it has his prints on it.
I think you're overthinking this.
Am I?
yeah. I think
If the
it's sorry, you Sophia?
no, I don't have anything more to say.
None of this works if he doesn't trust me. Like this feels like it's like urging me not to tell him.
I feel
My
like the
suggestion
line.
is- Yeah,
I feel like the line, none of this works if he doesn't trust me, is actually kind of urging you to tell the truth.
Maybe.
Yeah. You can lay out the facts without judging him.
All right. It's a fact that your prints are on that gun.
But what? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just.
Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. That if all he did was hold the gun.
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of.
You were in shock, Carlos. Still are. The police came in sometime after that. Oh, sorry.
I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably about the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal agree with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying you two never had a physical fight?
What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They sure implied it. They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room, which means they also assumed this room was the disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos just told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh,
It's an AR model. It's an AR module built from the data taken as the police entered. So
right. It's just that.
it's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay. Let me see it.
Take your time.
Mm. All right. I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
All right.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall.
It's gonna be the lounge chair they didn't think about.
The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so? She's really bad at drawing.
So professional. No, it's good.
That's
It
fun.
labels everything together. I like the fucked up chair.
That's really funny. What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Is her eye sparkling?
Yeah, it's like, I'm so smart and cool. Well, I suppose that works too.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
Carlos's flat testimony on the
Magnificent.
mirror was upright, clock was on the wall, chair got knocked over, bed got tossed. Okay.
I think your drawing was pretty good, considering...
I could change the subject now, Carlos, before I embarrass myself further.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean, this letter here. You recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is... This is just a note to self.
Pardon? Let me read that thing again. Ever everything can say enough, didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. If you is himself...
Is this a poem?
I don't know. Wish I hadn't broken them? I was wanted to hurt you. Didn't want to hurt you. Wanted you to hurt, but didn't want to hurt you. I don't get it. Need more context.
We might need further clarification on this.
Yeah,
Pardon?
that's what he says.
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down, so I'd have a script to stick to.
You knew you were gonna fight again?
So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
It's a note to her, I see.
An apology script.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them?
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
What the
I'm
fuck
sorry?
is a fidget tubby? Like a fidget spinner?
Is it like a
Or what?
fidget toy Teletubby?
Her what?
Her fidget tubbies.
Oh my god! All right.
Right?
Uh,
They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
All right. The tone got weird. Conversation starters.
music.
She loved those little things.
not the past tense when we're listening to this. Come on.
What?
They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her.
You broke her fucking Funko Pops, dude. How could you?
And I broke them.
Even if you didn't murder her, you should still go to jail. What the fuck? Evidently an
Oh.
acquired taste.
Is that the broken ceramics then? That couldn't be described?
Maybe.
But then that doesn't line up with the timeline, does it?
Hang on a second.
Unless they were on the floor for a while.
A moment. Give me a moment. Ceramic debris on the far side of the room by the western window. Black is irrelevant on next pass. It does say ceramic, and these things are ceramic, so that checks out. So yeah, I guess those were already there? I don't know.
It's your tubbies.
Fidget-tubbies.
I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry, I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless.
Discarded in frustration after smashing into the victim's collectibles and hasn't been worn it since. Okay. Okay. Let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. She doesn't know what they're called. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway.
Couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so...
Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the heartbreak killer? Could you...
Heartbreak?
I feel like these lines are cool and fun. They're fucking my UI setup here.
You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right?
The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... That doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I just have to squash that theory. As quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m.
Oh, it's 2086.
We've been new.
I
Molly
didn't
was out at the time.
Oh. I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. 4 feet.
Oh.
All crimes are legal if you can afford the fine.
I guess so.
Alright, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. That's why billionaires can't be caught for anything, because they can just afford the fine and get away with it.
Mhm.
Can I move my mouse, please? Here we go. Thank you.
Mm,
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It'll be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh,
Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas, like parking tickets.
oh. And what areas are those?
You know, late fees on library books. You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes.
Oh, they still got loot boxes. Ah! Those are outlawed in my country.
Won't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards.
Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. I'm noticing a pattern with Morgan as well. She's very gambling themed, isn't she? Like she's kind of old-timey. She's wearing the old-timey outfit. She smokes.
Yeah, dressed like a dealer.
Is that what her outfit is?
Hmm.
Like I saw the neck
That's
thing
what
and
it
I just
evoked
thought
me.
like old Western stuff.
You mean the bow tie?
Is that that's not a bow tie I've ever seen.
A bolo tie.
Bolo
Bolo
tie.
tie.
sorry.
Polo tie. Huh. I don't know what it's called. Thank you for subscribing, Sibel.
Now you do.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt with nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so do you have a good poker face?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
You mean like the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. Why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt, best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies.
Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA.
I actually don't know the saying about gamblers with strategies. Like, they're suckers.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Alright. Alrighty. She must be new. She must be new. The district attorneys have final say whether or not the case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them simply prefer guilty pleas over long protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. I can't wait to see the, like, opposing attorney in this game. Unfortunately, then you have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right. What she said.
Say anything, you dumbass.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing.
I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
Nah. His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, we'll...
We'll be happy to.
The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table.
It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff.
You guys getting fun.
Ooh.
See, we found a note at his apartment. With his fingerprints on it. Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that?
Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night, and now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me.
Well,
My client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for...
I mean,
the debris. He was simply apologizing for this.
the hell is that?
I found myself asking that same question.
what are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room is created from data you captured, right?
Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah.
Non-GMO? Like affected vegetables? That's funny.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
That's funny. Notice anything out of place?
Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. The scene of a murder?
Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room.
The hell is that?
You hadn't noticed it? You're a detective.
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from that vase that got tossed.
Nah, that thing's intact, buddy. Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to come from the... It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase. Because that vase is still pristine.
How is that?
How is that possible?
Why
I don't
are
know,
you
It's
surprised?
your vase.
The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I try and thrift shop on my own.
Well, so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it.
Then I'm tired. Then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over.
You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming?
I am. Because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fiji Bob, fidget tack.
Fidget tubbies.
I like that the music changes to it.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology.
Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously?
As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right?
Those things.
The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows.
Damn.
Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down?
That's not what we're saying. Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof. There is?
I think
One moment. I mean, can we prove that this thing destroyed them? One moment.
there could be ceramic debris on it.
Where's a replacement prosthetic?
Way bottom.
I mean, it says it was used to smash the collectibles, but how do we prove that?
The description for it said dusty. That enough to go off?
Does it say that? A moment. Dusty. Yeah, alright, that'll have to do. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody.
Huh?
One snap of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. You cannot get the name right.
It's fidget tubbies.
She gets the
Does she
name
have
right?
some? She has him. She has 50
Whatever.
puppies.
You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention it.
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy?
Overjoyed, because...
Because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right?
Right.
See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental had been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
Justice.
Justice. It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time, where I can.
Well, thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded?
She's an expert. Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. What are all these buttons up here? Any profiles, articles, evidence? Oh, okay, I could just fucking click these.
Yeah.
I've been going to
Load?
the phone every single time. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what?
So what?
After all, if that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No. The only reason the note looks that way The only reason the note looks the way it does is because Carlos wrote it with his non-dominant hand. Is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed.
Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
Why would that be on your permanent record?
So the reason why that note looks like Asylum Wall scribbles.
It's just because you had to use his left hand to write it.
I tend to think better writing than typing.
I kind of relate to that.
And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice.
Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics.
One moment. Yep. Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet.
Okay, fine. Forget about the confession.
New hand?
Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless.
I like her.
Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big ol' goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it.
You're having fun, aren't you, Seb? That's right, that coat is...
What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small?
She's trying to bait me in a typical low-key fashion.
That's
Give us something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective?
I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small?
This?
I mean, dude is tall as fuck. There's no way.
Yeah, no, he's huge.
No, absolutely not, no.
Let me get that coat on, please. Left sleeve matches the
You might be
victim.
overthinking this.
Yeah, I'm just covering my bases.
Reasonable.
Yeah, no.
And yes, I am having fun.
He doesn't wear an extra small.
Oh, okay. That's what it is.
Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Yeah? Sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention?
I love this aesthetic. There is no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not.
Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime?
To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence... I can't prove a third party.
Wait,
I have no evidence of a third person at this time.
Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming.
If it's obvious she had something there, I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart,
Hey,
but not illegal either.
And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes.
He hugged his dead girlfriend. Fucking, wouldn't you? Yes, he did.
Right.
You have those clothes on hand, by the way?
Lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at?
It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me?
You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
Such a bitch.
And here I thought the room smelled like...
Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. She doesn't... So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. If it's
It's a
evidence you
comforting
can...
thing to say.
If it's evidence you can trust, sure. That's a different story, though.
Really?
Really? Not really.
Oh, she's great.
Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the... It's really funny. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded me of?
Hey, alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab.
I'm loving
Smoking.
Morgan, by the way.
He's thinking of Smokes.
What do you mean?
The guy. He
Oh,
said he
right,
smelled
the
something
cigarette
in the
smell.
room.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. No other details of any forensic significance found. Blood on the sleeve matches that with the victim. I mean, if we're talking like guns, there will be like gunpowder on it, right? Because it's a really old-timey gun
There
with
should.
gunpowder. So if there's nothing, then that means that he wasn't wearing it.
So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
Yes.
No. That would be silly.
She actually thought it over.
So what the hell's your point? Hey,
Sorry, just got thrown off by a turn of good fortune. Let me double check the gun real quick to see. Where is it? Don't see any mention of gunpowder, but surely an old-timer like gun like this.
what good fortune.
You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old pre-tagging firearm.
And?
And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter.
Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense?
Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can...
Ooh.
One moment. Well, smell then. Or... Am I overthinking this?
Might be.
A little bit.
I would go with C personally, just because you can't see the gunpowder on the coat, but
I would go with smell.
You can smell
You can
gunpowder,
definitely
too.
smell gunpowder. If you guys smell gunpowder, it's pretty strong.
I'm going smell. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell.
I don't smell anything except dried blood.
Exactly. That coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of.
Cigarette. That's what I've been smelling.
Yes, Detective, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation?
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket?
If you would.
Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder.
I was fucking right. You were trying to throw me off, Soph!
I didn't say anything at all.
That was Molly who said Precinct tries
Oh, yeah, I
seeds.
said,
I
I
conf-
said seed.
I kept my damn mouth
I
shut.
confused you two again. What the fuck? Your voices are kind of similar.
What? What about gunpowder?
Oh, don't blame me for not noticing. This was before your time. I like that
Baby,
this
baby.
this game employs JoJo colors.
Oh yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
You can't be more than a few years older than me.
But not before your partners, it seems.
Hmm.
See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence.
The hell is she talking about, London?
Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves.
Yeah, it chops off a little bit of an infinite block so it never runs out of ammo. But it overheats, so you have to use heat sinks.
They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. And they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue.
You talk my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days.
So then his coat.
If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it.
Whatever.
So soon.
Is she 12?
That just means he washed off after shooting her. Or he changed his clothes.
It was covered in blood, idiot!
You got there in 8 minutes. That's impossible.
You arrested him wearing it. That's not possible. That's not impossible. Well, yes it is.
Don't play with that.
But it would be pretty pointless.
Huh?
His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get victims' blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you can reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible.
Whoa.
They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. That gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. You looked like the Joker. But once I was able to grasp the situation, smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say she get a message.
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes?
You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you.
Thanks.
But your luck just ran out.
Oh boy.
Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer.
Wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling it out of her ass. She got something from the scrubber. She must have something. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish there was an optics blackout during the shooting?
Sure there was. But this isn't from optics.
Damn. Good thing I have my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means...
Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this.
I mean, that doesn't show shit.
It's barely anything.
Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the skill their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, sorry. Well, it's a little bit...
Larry.
Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Are all the cameras active even when you're not using the camera on your phone? I hate this. River?
Oh, probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if the phone was on, its camera will be on.
Jesus Christ.
And so, we managed to get this shot through the window.
Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. It's so compressed it looks like it's from another century.
There are tools that could enhance.
Enhance this image any further and I could count the pixels on one hand. You can kiss its invisibility and court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you can get this past the judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I don't think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like a client's leaving this police station anytime soon.
That photo. What the hell is happening to me?
Can I look at the photo, like, fully, or... No.
It'll be added soon. Keep your eyes on the top left. Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot.
Yeah, again, this doesn't prove shit. I guess if nothing else, it proves that the shooter was left-handed, which would narrow it down, kinda. And he does not currently have a right arm, so there is that.
Was that where the clock was? In the room?
Good point. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
You would have to look at the shitty drawing for that.
Yeah, look at the drawing.
Yeah, where's the shitty drawing?
There it is.
Yeah, no,
It's right
it was
behind
on
the
the
mirror.
opposite wall.
The mirror.
That
It was
on the
taken from the
wall. It
mirror.
was taken from the what the heck? Hang on a second. Yeah, the way
Taken
that
from the mirror?
it was 3 a.m. It was 3 a.m. at the time.
No, it's 3 a.m. now.
It's 3 a.m.
The autopsy said 9.
The autopsy said 9. This does say 9, so it's not mirrored itself.
But the bright light is... It's a right-handed shooter.
It's a right-handed shooter being reflected in the mirror.
Yes.
Right. Right, that makes sense.
And who do we know had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun?
You're referring to my client?
You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left.
How does this disprove the thing about the sleeve having no gunpowder on it? Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things.
You did not.
Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Sniff it?
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. That photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show.
Oh, at a loss for words.
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly?
Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DM on the phone's owner and ask them where,
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway.
Mm-hmm.
The front entrance of the apartment faces the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window.
Yeah, except we know that the clock wasn't on this wall. So it must have been over here, which means it was viewed to the mirror. Yeah, that's totally the solution. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the...
It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So, we're looking into the bedroom from the north window.
If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. She's wrong. The photo was taken from the west. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west.
What kind of bluff is that supposed to be?
we should try.
The good detectives are misinformed here. I need to take advantage of it. I'm to press the initiative.
The hell do you mean this was taken from the west?
The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting.
And
all that together, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider... Mirror clock was on the wall. Wait, no. One moment.
Wait, it's got to be that.
Yeah, I was hoping for more like clock was in this spot, but I guess this is gonna have to do. Just take one look at the clock in that photo.
the clock? What about it?
The clock, huh?
Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high.
This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong.
No, he's right. The time of death... No. He's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m.
Right. No mistake in that.
Well then what the hell were you on about?
There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 p.m., the time of the shooting? The hell's so special about that?
Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads. But... you remember there being a clock in the room?
What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor.
And?
The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. Look at my awesome drawing skills.
You're so proud of it.
What? No, what the hell is that supposed to be?
An artistic rendition.
It's, very distinct.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs?
And show you my hand? That was definitely the reason. Just because Discovery allows competitors to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred...
And this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting.
I'm loving this whole presentation of the evidence lining up. It's really strong.
It's the flop.
You got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. What is this?
If you're feeling confident, you can increase your bet.
Interesting. Give me a second. What am I proving here?
Mouse over Farrah's face if you forgot.
Room was trashed before the shooting. Right. Right. There must be a way. Shards fell on the victim. Yeah, no, so the mirror must have been destroyed after the victim fell. So this proves that.
How confident are you in that?
Very.
Click the button.
Oh.
Glass shards? What about them?
Nothing much, really. Thank you for subscribing, Computer Knight. I'm gonna get my wings out. It's gonna cover up some of the screen, but that's fine. Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. Give me all your chips. And not under it.
If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean...
That she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed.
But that's...
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards?
It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes?
No. Nothing like that.
I'm gonna take a quick break to grab some water. Be right back.
Sounds good.
Perfect. That's my chance to do the same. Get your stretching in. Don't forget to... We've been sitting a long time.
Yeah, I should probably stand.
Fix your posture. I'll tell you what, it is very fun to see the gears in your head turn.
Who, me? Or...
Everyone.
Me.
Oh, yeah.
I like participating in like games like these because it gets my brain working.
It's very communal.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes, good leg stretch.
I'm back. I don't want to
Yay.
talk I want to be the smarty.
I want to be smart too.
I want to be the
You are
smarty.
the smarty.
Oh. Alright. What were they talking about?
There is a log.
Yeah, 1 second. Any sense of a struggle at the other crime scenes? No, nothing like that.
Those decks would have been over in a matter of seconds.
So what did you think when you saw the mess in their bedroom?
You've won the lawyer.
That this was
now
personal.
leave the detectives as is your right.
Fuck?
Don't do that. We thought this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens.
Shit does happen, Detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened.
So what if the room didn't get tossed over till afterwards? He still shot her.
You have no proof of that at this point.
And we have a photo right here.
Oh, I forgot about the photo. And I'm glad you do, Detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence.
Huh?
Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger. The proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client that pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos.
Like hell it can't.
You already figured this out. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west.
Back to this shit? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people.
You're a very honest person, Detective.
Excuse me?
That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives.
Uh-huh.
But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo.
What?
What we're seeing is... I'm feeling confident.
What is that? You trying the glass shards again?
Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from?
Yeah, sure. They came from a...
From a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window.
But that would mean...
At the angle, from that viewpoint.
Jackpot. It will reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So what I meant to say about that photo, I'm glad it was recovered. Because it would just proven that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except that it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk Cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes.
That's one word for it.
And allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received the photographic evidence at the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway.
That's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one.
A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. I'm the my fangs. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. You'd have to bring it into the clinic, which could have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of the violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around at minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? This is great. Well? Any objections? detective.
God damn it!
Bold. That was awesome. This game
Oh,
is
that's so
great.
cool.
This game is amazing. I love the detective scene where they lay out all the shit. So- Oh, that was I've always wanted to do like a let me lay out the facts for you idiots type of scene. That's awesome.
Show me your hand, flat.
You're uncuffing me?
In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta go call the DI
Yeah, you woke him up, idiot.
and tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know.
Hmm?
Detective?
Lost my train of thought. But hey, the attorney's a real tiger. And she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you think her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well.
Yeah.
I didn't even go to court. Wow. That's kind of you to say, detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor.
What happens now?
You get to go home and grieve your girlfriend. I have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats. You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigation into heartbreak, huh?
Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, it should be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what I...
Hmm?
Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time. But, I know what you mean.
I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do?
Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to...
No, I mean, thank you for not asking.
Hmm?
For not asking if I killed her.
I mean, it's my job to assume you didn't. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Because I'm the real killer. Of course he was. After all, oh my god, is it actually doing that?
Okay.
Wait a minute,
Oh my
wait a
God.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh!
Fucking got you.
Oh!
That's
So funny. You think you're
That's
hilarious.
great. I had a feeling. I didn't think it was gonna be true.
Woman wrong, fuck yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting.
We support women's wrongs.
That is so interesting. Wow. I almost got caught too.
Mm-hmm.
Like if that photo had been any clearer. Ugh. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning. Vitality at its climax, bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor is its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
That actually kind of explains the smoking.
Does it?
To throw off the gunpowder smell.
Hmm.
That's why she smokes constantly.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's why the fine is worth the pay.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. I'm wearing gloves, so no fingerprints. Yeah. Useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Heartbreak. That's me. Occupation, criminal and defense attorney. Likes high places, gamblings, and guns. Dislikes nosy people, mud, and headphones. Hobby? Batting cages. Favorite dish? Mapo tofu. I don't know what that is. Cannot carry a tune. Interesting that this is a separate profile with separate likes and dislikes.
I have thoughts about that, but I'm gonna save them for later.
I mean, my first thought is alter. Like different identity. Whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to obey the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised. Oh, I didn't see what it... Don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark here, you must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? I can't ask her now. Hey!
Yeah, did you hear that?
These old pieces are so goddamn loud. Thank you for subscribing. Garden of the Dead. You just got a new occupant. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know the other... And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. That's really interesting. That makes sense. That's fun wheelbarrowing. Like, yeah, laser guns would sound different.
Pew pew pew.
Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could even use... But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to perceive. Cramped places, usually full of trash. This room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Love the sway of it all. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. Just one thing at a place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5% crime scenes, each of them, not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on.
Perfect.
5 perfect crime scenes, fuck. And for the final shot... And for the final shot there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent.
I feel like this is a
something's
very...
wrong with her.
I feel like this is a very good character for you, Emily.
Ready to get the show off my range. This is also stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, it was Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down in single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After I did start to actively aim for the heart. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. It's like a soap opera villain. From a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but... But no. That's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it.
4. My favorite number.
Thank you for subscribing, okay? Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. It's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That I got rejected one too many times, or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them, and I wanted to. Thank you for the gift sub, Garden of the Dead. You get to live for now. And I've killed a lot more than just 6.
Oh?
At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always the most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I'd never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. This game rules. I am very invested right now. I'm annoyed there's only one other chapter out, and that we're gonna have to wait for like however many there are in total.
It's quite long. There will be a total of 6, chapters 0 through 5.
Yeah, and I'm sure it'll be years before they're all here.
Sorry, using my left is still.
That's okay. You can just initiate those spots.
By the way, do you have any additional lore spots?
Like stuff to read?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh well.
Nothing came up by the looks of it.
Okay. No big deal.
I didn't see any search terms pop up, did I?
No, it's nothing.
Alright. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. I'm gonna take some water. I think I deserved it. Here we go. Oh, where's my mouse? There it is. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evilly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and urgent. Is she making her own work so she can pay rent?
Oh,
That would be really funny. Like,
that's really
It's a living.
clever.
if like forensics is, and cameras are so good nowadays that attorneys have nothing to do, it'd be really funny. Then again, this
You'd
was
be
her
a
first
serial
murder
killer
case.
just to make rent.
This was her first murder case, to be fair. So
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
said it was her first murder case.
True. Maybe she always says that. That'd be really
And she's
funny.
pretty good at lying, as you can see.
Yeah. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer. and enough debt that I need to be provided one. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. George
Oh,
Augustus Sala, journalist, 1828, 1895.
she's addicted to gambling.
She's addicted to the thrill of it, of almost getting caught. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay. Where else?
Here, and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I ever take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There'd be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. Cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't smell of gunpowder myself. Nice spot, River. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diana's grateful too.
Oh, you're so fucking welcome. Funny. I didn't even know her name.
She just did it for shits and giggles.
God, you're having so much fun right now.
You're having a
I
ball.
told you.
I
I told you
haven't,
you would not be disappointed.
I haven't ever gotten to play a murderer before. This is very fun. Something the matter?
No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too.
Women's wrongs are awesome.
So when she died,
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. Is that why they're separate profiles? Like she... No, this is still her. I places gambling guns. That is still her. It's not like the idea of Heartbreak people made up. This is her.
Yeah, they're both describing the same person. Or maybe
Wait.
her public persona?
Check her eyes.
Oh, have you not noticed? Her eyes have been going dark constantly.
Yeah,
this
I
whole
have been
time.
noticing
Yeah,
that. I thought
I-
it was like illustrative. I didn't think it was literal.
Yeah, I didn't think it was just like her like swapping between. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
I
kinda weird.
assumed that was just like show whether she's thinking about something or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I sort of thought the beginning of the game, when we were asked to present our ID, that might have well been a fake ID.
Might have been. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me.
To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. If these were so difficult to open, then how did he do it left-handed with one hand?
Mm,
He wasn't the one holding them.
what is the... Where did you find that?
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained, let me try again, triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with tandem itches. They're small tablets, and there's a tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle without an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway.
Uh,
One hour later?
We're very close to the end.
Yeah, I bet. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. Not like I care about his feelings, or that I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I just need to show more restraint next time. But there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to the next obsession. I'll move on to my next ML. And no one will ever...
Found you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Brett.
I'm down with Molly.
That is Molly.
found you.
District Attorney Rockford.
Hmm.
Is that my wife?
Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried.
If I'm like married to the district attorney, this will be so funny. By all means.
Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together.
Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it.
I need to like talk to a sleep doctor at some point because I'm such a light sleeper and I have such a hard time going to sleep. Like even with
I feel that.
melatonin. Woof.
God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters.
Yeah, you're hot. Sorry, what? Huh? What? Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. Assistant. Okay. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in the court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkept appearance, she's probably the smartest person to fill the position in decades. I should know. Since I haven't beaten her once. Where she at, she has the remarkable ability to Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. Part of it makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read.
Should I buy a new mattress?
What if they got you doing at the ungodly hour, Emma? Rockford. Weight unknown. Funny. Assistant District Attorney, Toffee, Haute Couture. Did I pronounce that right? I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes, like sunburns, dead pixels, and eye strain. I'm feeling that right now, girl. I know how you feel. Eggs Benedict. This game is funny.
I do like Eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict plays chess, shogi, idle savants. Is that like a gotcha game?
Gotcha.
That's a gotcha
Probably
game.
like a gotcha with the game.
Cat person, yes.
Oh, she's the best.
I mean, Morgan's immediately saw that in for favorite character, but she's in the running. She's in number 2 right now. What if they got you doing it at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you.
Me?
Your client was a suspect in the heartbreak killings. That's my case.
She's doing the anime glasses thing. Well, then you must have been relieved, finding out that you wanted to go to trial against me.
No. Why would I be worried about going up against you?
Oh, boy.
I think they should kiss your style.
Look, if they can ship Phoenix and Edgeworth, I'm sure as hell starting out shipping these two. It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Rays. They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Rach told you to have HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here?
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours.
She kinda like me for real.
Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Oh.
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's been outsmarted the state for weeks?
Read that again, there's no bin there.
Oh yeah, the same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks?
She's not using his middle name.
He was found with a murder weapon.
But I can answer that any number of ways. That may be true, but
But then I glanced at the report.
you glanced at it?
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
Right.
Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues.
Can I interrupt one moment? I don't know if you noticed the name of the song, but it said romantic flavors the moment you started talking.
Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks.
I can tell Morgan kinda hates her, but that makes the Yuri all the better.
You have no.
Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles.
Oh, we didn't even fucking get that angle.
And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
Imprints? On what? She got all that from my
I
clients?
just noticed she has brown hair and eyes, like all the victims.
Huh.
Oh.
I haven't caught that yet.
Hold on, can you look at the
That
victim
feels
profile
like a
again?
reach.
I mean, it fits the MO she was using. She switches MOs all the time, clearly, but if she has a
Right.
fixation, that would kind of figure into why she may have chosen that MO. She got all that from a glance?
But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here.
Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him.
Mm.
Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't even match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from the crimes.
Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tools that put your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Did
Well-
you mean profile how to delete profile filtering?
Oh boy. Never mind.
Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
I enjoy this game a lot. Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
So this profiling it's some kind of investigative technique? She doesn't even know about it. It's that out of date.
She's pretending.
Oh. Well, don't tell
The theory is... the
She
theory is
said,
that-
I know what a profile is.
Well,
Yeah, she said that.
yeah, well, my attention span is not very good.
Lock in.
The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it.
Stabbing.
Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically.
Does it mean that? I guess if it's a pattern.
Suggests.
If it's a pattern, then it might mean that. But like for single murders, I would never assume that just because they used a gun, it must be a weaker person, right? So,
That's why profiling's out of date.
yeah.
And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments.
Hmm.
There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crime possibly tell you?
That he's diligent. Almost perfect.
Some real, Sherlock and Moriarty shit here.
Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
I guess a lack of evidence can lead you to things. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. Almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf, educated, but
Of course her rival is the only one with bigger boobs than her.
Oh no! Fuck. Let me. I gotta take this line serious. Goddammit. All her playfully lethal instincts coming to life.
probably overqualified or undervalued.
So I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor I would be the.
Know what I mean?
Definitely.
And considering the marksmanship.
The detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement?
Never in 10 billion years.
Didn't take that bait. Yeah.
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. And that'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round.
She's very sure of herself.
They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
Right, that's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Like taking a job in law enforcement or anything. Well, I guess not law enforcement. What would you call that? Like
The legal system.
the law?
The law.
Yeah.
The law.
Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing?
Crime meta statistics analysis. Probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out all the dips in...
What the fuck?
Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing, if they wanted to.
Ha, idiot. You know I'm bad at math. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. But at least this heartbreak maniac was slowed down and that he's not... I'm getting too excited. But at least this heartbreak maniac was slowed down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Were there other shooting? Same MO?
No, not that I've found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway.
Alright, so the brown hair thing was recent.
I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people.
Like you, for instance? That's true.
Hell. They kinda look like me.
Ah, this game's fun. This game's writing is really fun. Do they? I hadn't considered that. Interesting.
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice.
I mean, I wouldn't have you on my mind all day or anything. I don't wake up thinking about you and go to bed thinking about you. That's not something I do. That'd be insane. That'd be derangement.
Morgan? Hey.
Huh?
My eyes are up here.
What? What? Yeah. So are mine. What?
So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer.
You got something catchier in mind?
I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. I switched to gender-neutral pronouns. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets.
Was she even using he/him at any point, or was that just Morgan?
I'm not sure. 6 kills, guaranteed. No matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection.
We can find Kira. We can narrow him down to the Kanto region of Japan.
God, it's just lesbian Death Note.
It might just be lesbian Death Note.
Are you complaining?
No! I love Death Note. That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up,
Gamble? A mistake?
Exactly! A mistake! They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so
Somebody
pissed.
call Cyberpunk. Columbo in here.
She's got my fucking number. She's got my fucking number, dude. Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah. Probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This was the last bullet. Their last shot. The other 5 were perfect.
Oh my god, she knows everything.
So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
Ooh. It is just lesbian Death Note. You make them sound like a child.
childish, and cowardly, and two-faced.
Oh, just kiss me already, you fucking bitch.
Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to
Oh
win.
my god.
Hmm. Your profile tell you all that?
That? No. That part's just takes one to know one.
So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population?
8 digits?
That's,
Oh, yeah.
That's a,
That's
how much is that? That's like 100 million?
in the
Oh, wait, no.
hundreds of millions. Yes.
No, wait, no, that's 10 million.
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions, yeah.
It could be up to 100 million.
Up to 99.999 million.
Wait, let me think about this. 1 and then 7 zeros. Fucking, what the hell? Okay. Well, good luck.
I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
He's
If-
so annoyed right now.
if this ends up with me like investigating my own murders, like fucking like Yagami on the team. Oh boy.
No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes.
Oh.
The sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them.
Hmm.
Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil.
We know all about devils here, don't we, chat? Fair enough.
Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed.
I have a gambling addiction.
I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder.
What does that mean?
It's a deal with the devil.
Yeah, thank you.
You think a higher threat count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's not more pleasant having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So, no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do.
He's so fucking mad.
I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
You fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. It's not because I'm in love with her or anything, Baka. As long as that's the case, may as well try to enjoy the view. It's not hard with those giant boobs, anyway. The end. Oh, my eyes. Who is this?
What the fuck is that?
River.
Ooh. This one, or?
The green one, I guess.
Android. Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while.
For how long?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
I'm getting some "The World Ends With You" from these designs as well, now that I'm looking at them.
I can see that.
Yeah,
picking
I was
that up.
getting that vibe earlier. There's no need to look that upset over it.
My face barely moved.
May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting.
This must be one of those warm androids, considering the face.
Mm.
Yeah, like that.
This friend of yours, they're trustworthy?
Absolutely. In fact, trust them more than anyone.
Uh,
Hey, come on. It'll be fun.
really?
Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan.
Oh, that was really good.
Yay!
Oh, that was really good. I have to press
very good, yeah.
I have to press each individual credit. I kind of hate that.
I mean, I don't think
you can
it's
just
gonna be a
mash
lot.
through real quick.
Yeah.
Oh man. I
Wow,
am
I'm
so
really
glad
good.
you enjoyed as much as
Got
I
it.
did.
It was me. I was the devil.
It's gonna kill me to not be able to play this whole game in one go. That's gonna kill me in real life. But I suppose.
I kinda like that.
But I suppose if we meter them out and each chapter takes, let's say, 3 or 4 streams, that's not that bad to come back to now and then. That's fine.
Like I will stress that like episode 1 alone has taken me longer than plenty of full indie games.
Yeah, that was a full 4 hours for the prologue.
Yeah.
I thought someone said it would be like 2 hours.
To be continued in. Whoa.
You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people.
Personally, I
Personally-
think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. Oh, I never stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised.
Is this a trailer? Molly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too.
Whoa.
And a voice of,
River, take it.
and tell how many musicians I've been screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus.
Well, that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too.
Dibs. Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. That's so.
Molly.
That's Soph. Come on.
Okay, fucking fine. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything.
I
Molly?
can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing.
Father said that you owed him.
I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Of the devil, fuck.
Of the devil.
Of the devil. Episode
Devil.
1. Oh, like Luck of the Devil.
No, like speak of the devil.
Isn't it like the devil's luck? No, or what? No,
Yeah,
no.
it's-
Episode 0 was called And He Shall Appear. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Ah, okay. And I don't mind. Episode 1 and I don't mind. It could be 2 reasons.
An idle mind is the devil's playground.
Oh. I don't know anything about whatever this is referencing. What is happening
Well,
right
we'll
now?
definitely stick to whatever
I
that
think.
casting was next time we do this.
Yeah,
We'll
no,
for
definitely
sure.
remember.
No.
Honestly, that does seem pretty reasonable as a casting to me.
I'm understanding this is like not guaranteed that you get those stats.
That is your score.
Yeah. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 34 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have 34 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors, based on the highest credit you've finished this episode with. What the fuck? How do I... What are bonus scenarios?
Yeah.
Okay. Bonus scenarios are 4 more scenes involving the characters and a sneak preview of one of the characters from episode 1.
I don't understand.
They're bonus scenes. They're not terribly long if we want to just burn through them,
Are they like
or if
scenes
we're feeling tired.
from the game, or like...
No, they're canon, but like they're the special features of the DVD. You know?
It says, are
They're
these like
little-
when people talk to the camera on Survivor?
Yes, exactly like
Alright,
that.
okay, alright. That's cute.
Okay.
It's really good. They're really good.
I'll give
Morgan.
I get my phone charms.
I would like to see the phone charms. How do I do the phone
Oh,
charms?
does that gonna work?
the
Oh, I like
shop
that
is part
section
of-
off.
The shop is part of the menu at all times. You can just open up the phone menu whenever you like in game.
Oh, it's part of the phone menu. I don't see it. Where's the phone?
I think she means in game.
Damn it.
Yes, when you're actually playing the game.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, the shopping
sure.
cart.
Oh, it's
Morgan time,
It's
Charles?
Morgan time. Yeah.
Oh, it just came out.
That's phone charms,
fun.
baby.
Can I get a red phone
Rose
case?
gold. Oh,
yeah,
rose gold.
baby. Yeah, baby. Red, baby. Necomorg. Reward for playing off the demo. Reward for clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Didn't we just play
Hold
the
on,
demo? Is
You
that
played
Neko arc
episode
from
0.
from Fate?
Yes.
Come on.
Oh no, wait. You can put Emma. You can put your wife on there.
She must never know.
Yay.
She must never know.
I do also think that the reward for clearing episode 1 on High Roller is really funny.
Ray's undercover. Okay, well, we'll see what that is, I suppose. What does High Roller
Like
mean?
Echo Reyes or something.
High Roller is, you can think of it as an Iron Man.
Oh, like if I fuck up, I'm fucked?
You are not allowed to save scum, and all payouts and penalties are higher.
I mean, that's cute,
I
but
don't know if
it might not be good for a Let's Play.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the thing for a Let's Play. It doesn't
Everybody,
change any of the content. So.
I hope y'all enjoyed that. I really did. I really want to play more of this.
I
I'm
enjoyed it a lot.
hoping same time next week. I'm looking at the room.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It should be. Yes, it should be good for that.
Fucking
If my arm doesn't fall off, I
sweet.
could do that.
All right, next week, episode 1, or the first part of it anyway. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I stream every Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, usually at 9 p.m. Central European Time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be raiding again on Tuesday when we have Hollow Knight
Yeah.
with more.
Oh my
Soph
god, I'm
and
so
Ryan.
excited.
And then I
We're in
might
the
have
post
something
game
ready
now.
for Wednesday, but I need to get that locked in. No guarantees.
Oh, Azumochi?
Izumochi. Another little indie game you may have heard of. One that's not as recent as
Oh.
this one, but AJ might be there.
Oh.
Very cool.
I'm gonna see if I can raid someone. I'm gonna raid. I'm looking at Dia, who's playing Vampire Survivors.
Yay.
I hope y'all enjoy the stream. Hope to see y'all again very soon. Goodbye.
Bye.
Farewell.
I get to kill people, yay.